Good evening, everybody. I hereby call to order this regular meeting of the Tuxedo Board of Education for Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. Please stand up and pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everybody. Matt, please take a roll call.
Gary Hevner.
Here.
Susan Mitchell.
Here.
Bonnie Takeuchi. William Clark.
Here.
Bronwyn Rowntree.
Here.
Chris Scanlon. Here. Jean-Michel Tijerina.
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present.
Thank you. 1.4 of the agenda is approval of the agenda. I know there's been a lot of chatter back and forth between board members, and I would just remind everybody that, what number is it? New business is 6.1, so anything that's not on the agenda, we can add it now, or we can just get to it all under new business to save time. I would like to try to finish this meeting in 90 minutes. We're already behind schedule, but we'll see how it goes. So the next question is approval of the agenda with the item or the notification that you can add whatever you want during the new business. I believe almost everybody has items they want to discuss tonight. So do I have a motion to approve the agenda as is?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We turn it over to the superintendent's report, and as we do, I would just like to remind all the board members and our staff here that if we're talking about anything tonight in the public portion of the meeting that we think we might go into areas that are legally appropriate for the executive session, that the board members should speak up before we get too far if you think we're crouching beyond the gray area to where we shouldn't be discussing personnel, contractual, and other matters that are more properly for executive session. So.
Thank you, Mr. Hebner. Just a few short remarks here as we've had several meetings here this month. But to report from our last meeting, I'd like to just start highlighting the mission of the Tuxedo Union Free School District is to engage students in the pursuit of knowledge for academic success, productive citizenship, and the development of personal potential in our diverse and changing world. Working together, students, parents, and school staff in our community provide a safe and secure learning environment where teachers deliver instruction to meet the needs of every child. Tuxedo STEM Academies prepare students to meet the challenges of a rapidly changing global information, communication, and technology-based society. Striving together for individual success and global community. I think it's important to keep that message at the forefront of all that we do. With that, just a few bullets here. We have a busy summer in just a few short weeks. We're closing out since graduation. Congratulations again to Mr. Walter Kaufman, our new school business administrator. He comes to us highly regarded with great recommendations and eagerly began his work this week. Summer school does begin for our middle and high school students that are attending, and that is virtually, beginning on Monday, 21st, this coming Monday. Happy to report our custodial crew has been hard at work prepping the buildings for our school opening, cleaning, working on projects, painting, stripping and coating our floors, and they are on pace with their summer work at this time. Our June scores continue to finalize as some of our preliminary scores were shared several meetings ago. Those are preliminary scores, and we will provide a full report in the fall once all of our scores are finalized and shareable. And I'd like to highlight great work by all of our staff and students in preparation of those exams. I know Mr. Riley is home listening in, and I'm sure to include all of our instructional and support staff in preparing our students, including our special educators and our AIS instructors. We did have, reporting to the board and the community, we did have some water in the basement here at GGM from the most recent storms on Monday. Our storage room in the back corner of the building did take on a little bit of water, and we believe that was groundwater that came in due to saturation. That's all been cleaned up, and Mr. Iron is continuing to monitor that to see if there's any kind of sealing of that slab that we can do to prevent that. So I just wanted to report that out. And we have had several positions posted, one for lead replacement and one for science and GFB. That was for Ms. Romano, who we wish all the best to her. She accepted a full-time position in a different district. We're monitoring those applications and have the interview process for our lead replacement. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for Jared at this point?
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to skip 3.1 and go right to 3.2. I think there are some discussions. Issue. Who? It's, the light's on. Can you hear me now? Okay. All right, so 3.2, team coach, club advisor. There's a long chart. I would note that this is updated, the very last person, the GGM musical assistant. I believe what was posted at one point was incorrect, or this is incorrect, $40 per hour. It's actually $40 per event. So it was updated online, but not the hard copy in front of us. So do I have a motion?
Can I just make a comment on this?
Not until we make a
Okay.
motion, then we'll have discussion.
okay.
So a motion for 3.2?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
So I just wondered if, Gary, you could briefly explain the step system and how the salaries are decided, or Jared, the step system and how the salaries are decided. Are they set contractually? Is there any room? How does it work?
Yeah, these positions are all part of the TTA contract, and they're based on a step system for seniority and a lettering system based on the size and enrollment historically of the club or activity. So those are collectively bargained with the TTA.
And the two things you just, the two items you just described, and the last column that the agenda that the public might be looking at, for example, there's A2, K4, 7F. That's the step in size and length. That's what you're talking about.
Correct.
So that's not a decision by anybody's part. It's predetermined based on contract, an agreed upon contract based on what everybody else gets paid locally.
Correct.
If I may ask, where can we see what these numbers and letters reference?
I can provide to the board, this is in the TTA contract. I can pull that table out and
Please.
share it with the whole board.
That'd be great. Thank you.
It's posted though, right? Is that contract posted? I thought it was.
I'm sure when they're arrived at, that it's part of that agenda, that it would get posted
Right.
on a prior meeting.
I just thought all our contracts were posted. I thought this is posted, but we can pull that chart out. Any other discussion? For those that don't have this chart in front of them, we're talking about sports and clubs and activities for approximately 30 different positions that cover the entire school year.
And can I, part of the discussion, just to be clear, there's another part of this, other clubs that may be included later on.
Right.
But so that this isn't a comprehensive list, this is just the list that are ready, have been applied for and are ready to go.
Correct.
Okay.
I
Closer.
see,
Closer.
closer.
Or pull them, it'll pull to you.
So I see that our chess and gaming club is on the list. Are
Thank
there any
you.
other, I was looking for anything else that's brand new. Is there anything, I couldn't figure out anything that I had not seen before, but
I would just highlight that Middle School Interact is a club that we had prior that was a reduction that's been brought back. The Chess and Gaming Club is, I believe that may have been a club from long ago, but has resurfaced with some student interest, and we're excited for that club opportunity. Other ones on here we added last year, Ms. Takeuchi, we added the 8th grade class advisor, which has been great for the middle school students. But all of the other ones on here have been fairly well long-standing clubs.
thank you.
Are there been numbers of how many students typically are involved in these clubs and groups, and what happens if there's low attendance or no attendance?
Yeah, great question. I believe, and don't quote me because I don't have it in front of me, but there is board policy on enrollment for our coursework and for our club activities. Generally, they can't dip below 5 students in any kind of club. What we do, and for payroll purposes, when a club advisor has completed their club or sport or activity for the year, they submit through payroll all of the meetings that they've had. It's a 40-hour minimum requirement, as well as their attendance for each of their clubs. So we monitor that in each building. The building principals or the athletic director would monitor our athletics, and the principals our clubs. And then if there were a club that dipped below, or for whatever reason wasn't getting attendance or not able to meet, or we had to dissolve an activity because of low enrollment, we would prorate that stipend. So sometimes with our athletics that occurs where we think we have enough to start a team, but after several weeks in, maybe there's not enough participants to field an actual competing team, and we either have to turn that over to intramurals or break that team up or combine it with another team that already exists. And then the coach would then get a prorated stipend for the time they put in.
Thank you.
Jared, could you clarify which policy that is? I've been trying to review them, and I did not see that.
I would have to pull it for you, Susan. I'm
Okay.
talking off the top.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
that's
it would, if
for-
we could share that, that would be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Sure.
in a policy from the board. It's incorporated into the policy manual. That hasn't been
Practice and
updated since
procedure.
20.
Yeah,
I
but I'll
do,
pull that.
I do have some counts for clubs that from proofing the yearbook, I was able to take counts of some of the high school clubs. So just for context, for the numbers, boys and girls cross country team last year had 10. The student council had 12, and probably more. That's 12 just in the officers and class presidents category. The modified girls volleyball last year had 9. The engineering club had 6. Varsity girls volleyball was 11. National Honor Society was 19. National Junior Honor Society was 9. Ethics Club was 14. Interact Club was 18. And the GFB Musical had 14 cast members and 13 auxiliary crew, stagehands, involved. That's it. That's the only numbers I have.
And just to clarify the kind of policy, the previous board made, that 5 as a magic number, but we can change that. So if
That's what I was
there's,
going to ask. Is it negotiable?
yeah, like for example, if there's we talked about chess club. So if chess club is having a year-long tournament and one of the kid moves away, now they're down to 4, that club folds, but we have the power to say,
Okay.
just, we can look at the circumstances. You had
Yeah.
5 for half the year and a kid moved away, so.
Yeah, no, that's a great example. Specifically for like a new club like the chess and gaming club, I want to see it be successful. So sometimes it takes a while for like the numbers to increase. So if we start with 2, I would like to give them a chance so that they can get
Well,
up to 5.
Then we have to consider a motion at some point when that happens for that to be allowed, because right now, not the policy manual, but there's already been a policy voted on by a previous board that people said 5. So if we want it to consider exceptions, we'll have to visit that when it happens.
Okay.
Doesn't mean but you have to remember to do that, because someone's going to say, hey, chess club is down to 2, no longer exists. We have to remember to jump in and if there's exceptional circumstances. And we can decide what that means.
Same with classes too.
Yeah.
If there's, special classes that we, should be offering exceptional students, then, we'll offer those students.
For the chess club, I think it's amazing that we're having a chess club. Do we know how many students are interested in preliminary?
Maybe Jared knows. I know there was people asking for it. Whether that's 1 or 12 or 15, I don't know. But the students asked for it.
So what would happen with a club, with all of our clubs actually in the fall, as those clubs begin, the advisors would have meetings where come out and we have to apply to get in, like National Honor Society, but our advisor for informational meetings, interest meetings. Those students would then report, and if it were in fact where they didn't have that interest, we wouldn't run that club. So your approval of it does guarantee that it is going to happen. We structured it as chess and gaming because we think there will be enough interest to support chess, but also kids that are interested in other gaming opportunities outside of that. And it allows for some flexibility and to harness interest for a nice cross-section of kids. So, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to pull 4 line items out of here and vote on them separately.
You mean positions?
Positions, correct.
So which ones are they?
National Honor Society, 11th and 12th.
Okay, National Honor Society.
National Junior Honor Society, 7 through 9.
Okay,
Volunteer Assistant Coach for Varsity Volleyball,
okay,
and Student Council Volunteer.
okay. So the question is, will,
We still made the motion for 3.2.
well, I was simply gonna ask if, who made the motion in second?
Chris made the first, Bill made the
I
second.
made, I second.
So you can amend your own motion. Do you accept that amendment?
I accept the amendment.
Okay, so now any further discussion on the chart listed in 3.2 minus those 4 positions? Okay, so all those in favor of the chart in 3.12, the coach club advisors minus the 4 positions we just spoke about, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Can we talk about those together, or, you know what, let's just,
You'd like to abstain?
I'm going to abstain.
Yeah.
right, but not the 4th one.
Not the 4th one.
So,
Separate that.
right, so is there a motion to pass the coach/club advisor position for National and Junior Honor Societies and volunteer assistant coach for varsity volleyball?
Did I miss my chance to ask a question?
On the,
On that one, on the Honor Society?
no, we're good. Now
Okay.
we're-
Okay, well, we can second it.
There's a motion, no, now the motion is, I'm asking for a
To
motion
discuss it?
for those 3 positions.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
How come there's no Honor Society for 10th grade?
That's like a.
Is that a
technical-
typo? Oh,
Junior Honor
No,
Society.
it's there. That's a national qualification that to enter in. I believe that it's based on your 9th and 10th grade performance,
okay, all
or
right.
10th grade, your
Yeah,
high
yeah.
school performance
Okay.
overall.
Good question. I like that. I like it.
Any other
You're running
discussion?
the numbers in your head. I like that.
So we're moving the 3 positions.
Gary, I'm
Oh,
sorry,
what? Sorry.
maybe this is too late to bring up, but I'm curious, just to make sure I understand dollar amounts, everything is contractual, so nothing is
Everything on
amended.
this list, there are some other things that may not be.
Okay.
This list of club and advisors is contractual. We can cut the club, but we can't cut the salary.
So if it's by seniority, how come, like, for instance, Honor Society and Junior Honor Society, which is Jen Jones is the teacher for both, has different levels or different steps, Jared? Why is one E4 and the other D5 if it's the same teacher?
Yeah, without having the information in front of me, that scenario might happen where I may have been the National Honor Society advisor for the high school one, and then in years after became the advisor for a different one.
I see, so it's seniority, not based
potential.
on straight seniority, but seniority
club.
in the club. Okay, got it,
Correct.
got it.
Yeah, when you in your first position there, you would be on that step 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you explain for like a coach who's not a teacher of our school district how their stipend gets determined?
It happens the same way. So if it's a non-employee, they still are bound to that contract language. So they would apply the same way. Their first year, they would be on that first step, and they would accrue their seniority as they
Okay,
went.
thank you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the school could just hire all non-teachers and pay them below the contract price. So the contract still has to be followed.
Gary, so in terms of looking to cut items if necessary, the next step would be to see how the enrollments when school starts.
No, it's up to this board to decide what they want to cut out of the current expenditures, whether it's this or pencils or anything else. So the answer is like anything else, if somebody wants, if a board member.
You need a microphone, Gary.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let me backtrack a little bit. The question was, if we wanted to cut one of the things, how we do it. It's no different than anything else. We have a budget with expenditures, and if we're short money, or for whatever reason think that money should not be spent on this because we can't afford it, or it's just a bad idea, or nobody wants it anymore, like any other items in the budget, a board member can come and discuss. We're going to talk about committees later, who theoretically should go through a committee, but then if you want to cut something, the board comes up with what they might want to cut, and then we talk about it, and vote on it. So this list is no different than anything else in the budget.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a second.
We got a second, okay. Any abstentions on this matter? Everybody, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Then we also pulled out the student council volunteer. Do I have a motion for that position?
So moved.
And I got a motion and a
Second.
second. Discussion on that? Okay.
Thank you for
Any
doing it.
abstentions on that one?
Abstain.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving on to 3.3. That is the hourly rate for the district clerk pro temp. Is there a motion? Second?
Second.
So either one, Matt's got it. Questions, comments, discussion?
Yes. So this is going to be the hourly rate going forward?
I believe it's for Matt. A different person might have a different number, because I believe it's based on his salary.
I think we should revise this, so it's for whoever replaces, it's their hourly rate. So however we want to word that, it should be worded differently.
I'm not sure.
Are we gonna pass a policy each time, if we have someone else who temps in and they're at a different rate?
I
Are we
see
gonna
your
have
point.
are we gonna have another policy for that?
I'm just not sure there's contractual issues for that.
It's really the number. I would say approve the hourly rate based on whoever the replacement is for the performance of the district clerk pro tem duties.
Or can we add just the name of of Matt's name at the end of after duties?
Well, technically speaking, I'm looking at this now, the way it's worded, we are just approving an hourly rate. So if there is somebody else at some future meeting that contractually needs a different rate, we can deal with that then. So we can say, this is the rate, and if we have to change it, we can find out if we can and change it at that time. Because
Can we-
right now, what we're saying is, it's that rate hourly, period.
Can we take this out and ask David for clarification?
I don't think if you want to, we can. I don't think we need to, because this number was using the formula until there's a reason
Okay.
to use the same formula with different numbers.
Fine, I just wanted to
Yeah.
bring it up.
Right.
So, I just have questions. So Matt you have a function here at the school separate from this, right?
Correct.
So and this is how the hourly rate was,
Well, I don't think he didn't come up with the rate,
no, but
but our staff did.
based on that, so
Right,
that's
based-
specific to his
And I
salary.
believe that was based on our attorney's suggestion. But again, a different person might have a different equation result.
And on average, how many hours weekly or?
It's when he's here, so, well, a couple hours extra beforehand, getting the agenda together, but most of his hours are here.
It's like 7 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Yeah,
Correction, 7:30 to 2 a.m., but yes.
Okay.
But up to 9 o'clock.
I would just add to that, expecting over the summer, part of some of the discussion, we have a budgeted allotment for the district clerk. So if we broke that down into a monthly, we certainly wouldn't exceed what's been budgeted for currently. And the hours would include their time at the meeting here, anything that went into the preparation of the agenda, and then any follow-up. And I'll remind the board that we are behind in posting the minutes of prior meetings, and that would be something that Mr. Takeuchi in this role could be compensated for. So,
Thank you.
yeah. So, yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you, Matt, for volunteering to do this.
Yes.
I do appreciate your
Thank you,
effort in
thank
the
you,
middle
Matt.
of the summer. Thank you.
Any other discussion or questions? Wait, we already voted on this, right? We just went back and
I
asked
had a
the question?
first and a second. I don't have.
Okay, so any abstentions on this matter? All those in
I-
all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Just so you know, if it looks like it's near unanimous, I might not ask for the negatives. So if you want a recorded vote different than a consent vote, make sure you speak up for the whole year. You know, I didn't say.
How would you word that?
Just say, well, mark me down as a no. Like if
Got
I
it.
think all 7 said yes, I may not ask if there are any no's, but if you want to be on the record as a no or an abstention, make sure you say, well, record me as this. Okay, 3-4 resignations. We have Ashley Romano and Katie Box, both who were, well, I'll let you explain. They weren't surprises, right? Like like they didn't happen yesterday.
One was, we know that Ms. Romano, both teachers have taken positions in other districts. And we wish certainly both Katie and Ashley the best as they move forward. They did great jobs here for us, for sure.
Great.
Okay, so I have a motion
So moved.
and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. 3-5, mentoring administrator contract. Be it resolved that the Tuxedo Board of Education hereby approve the administrator's mentor administrative coverage contract between Tuxedo and the Mid-Hudson School Study Council, effective for this school year, as presented, $140 per hour, up to 50 hours. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Discussion and questions.
I would like to ask, do we know who this is for? Because I see on the next page, it's for Brian Weir. Who does this you generally support? This
Yeah,
contract?
sorry, Bronwyn, you have that in your board packet.
Oh,
And that's
okay.
the contract with the Mid-Hudson
Okay.
Study Council. And that is Dr. Mike Cogliano, who's
Oh,
served our district in several capacities, including this one,
okay.
in the
All right.
past.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks.
Anything else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on to 3.6, another mentoring contract. Be it resolved, this one is to approve an administrator's mentor contract between Tuxedo and Brian Weir for the school year for this school year as presented, for the same amount, $140 per hour, up to 50 hours.
So
Do I have a-
moved.
We have those. Any discussion or questions?
How was the $140 per hour?
I thought that was,
Brought up.
well, I don't, as far as I understand, the standard rate, right? That's like standard.
Yeah, in line with the previous mentoring contracts that we had within the district.
Just to be clear, we've had other mentoring contracts, and this is the maximum. Usually we don't use the full hours allotted, so it's not, I would be surprised if we used the full hours allotted, but we don't want to come back every month and go overs. So this is the maximum, but we seldom reach the maximum hours.
Is this ever negotiated, or is that just what it?
Yeah, it would be on a by-case basis, but it's also generally the practice based on what that administrative rate would be for their daily separated out as an hourly.
So we're giving them the maximum allowed. There's been no attempt to bring the cost down, the price down? per
Well,
hour?
we did engage in discussions with those consultants, and those were the terms agreed upon. You know, so each consultant that you work with would be a different rate or potentially the same based on that negotiation.
Gary, when you were referring to maximum, though, you were referring to maximum number of hours
Right.
that we were
Correct.
approving.
Right.
Yeah, there's,
No, I'm sorry. It's $140 an hour for up to 50 hours before we'd have to come back and decide. So the contract is for a maximum of 50 hours. We've done these type of contracts 10 times in the past 5 years, and we seldom reach the maximum hours.
yeah, hitting 50 hours is fairly unlikely.
So you look at this number, the total amount is actually typically a lot less than 140 times 50, because past contracts, this could be different, but past contracts have been 15, 20, 25 hours typically. That's it.
And the 140 rate, that's something that we cannot change or attempt to
We
bring
could.
lower?
I
or-
think we could tell these people that we're not doing it for 140, and they can decide whether they're interested in us or not, and they want to go below the standard rate. I mean,
Supply,
they-
supply and demand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
I'm curious what the board thinks on that 140 per hour.
If
I
that's
don't-
the standard rate, then I fully support it.
Same. Jared, how many hours were used last year for the administrative?
For
For
Dr.
Jenna.
Cagliano
Yes.
specifically?
Yes.
It was less than 10
Okay.
for the year.
And how long was that? What period was that?
That contract was begun, it was either end of December or beginning of January for the
Okay.
remember of
I think he moved in
that
January,
calendar
right?
year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it was
I
about,
was going to say that was
six-
about a half a year.
so it was
Yeah.
about 6 months or so?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And I can report we use those just to update you on where we are in number tallies.
Yeah, that would be good.
So,
Thank you.
And is this rate for Dr. Cagliano similar to what we paid him last year?
yes. Yes.
Sorry, I'm sort of bringing up the same point, but I just make sure under a contingency budget that the $140 seems like a lot to me. But yeah, I don't know what, if it's the going rate. Seems like it's
What rate do you think is fair?
I have no comparison to, I don't know.
Honestly, I'm not in the education field, so I'm going from what our staff says, what my understanding is from past contracts, what our lawyer says. So my cumulative knowledge, I think we're getting a break here based on the experience and expertise of the people, and that we're paying like last year's rate as well. So I think we're getting a deal. I think if we ask for, we want to only pay you 135, it would be fair to him to say, well, everybody else is paying me 200, so find somebody else. But that's up to.
Supply and demand.
So, right, it's just like someone,
We can offer for $10, but
Right,
we
no,
gotta find somebody.
right, of course. So for Brian Rear, that is the rate the minimum that he would accept.
Yeah, and I would just comment for the board that the contracts for this type of work, so the contract that you have in your board packet is through the Mid-Hudson Study Council. That's run by Dr. Robbie Green, who's a retired superintendent from a local district, really well respected in the region. Many of the districts in the Orange, Ulster, Dutchess, Westchester regions belong to Mid-Hudson. So we get sort of a better rate because that council can negotiate across multiple schools, very similar to a BOCES. So when we seek out work like this, those are usually our first stops to connect with both either Orange, Ulster, BOCES, or cross-contract with Rockland or Putnam. And these are, fair and widely established across the region.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I think we have the motion pending, correct? So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think that was consent, so it's unanimous. Moving on to, actually, if there's no objection, I see one person in the public that's here. Are you here to speak? Kelly, are you here to speak? I was just
great.
gonna move up.
Thank you.
I was gonna move up the public comment portion if you were to
Because
speak.
it's all the
Okay.
way in the back, but
You want to, so, if there's no objection, I'm going to skip to 7.1, guidelines for public comment. No objections?
and you're gonna come back to form?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, public comment, is there anybody who would like to say something? Young lady with her hand up, please come up. You have to get really close to that microphone.
Testing, 1, 2.
Even
Is
closer,
that about
so
right?
the people online can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Kelly Springer. I'm a resident of Tuxedo. I just wanted to offer congratulations to the new members. Really happy to see everyone. And I wanted to just make a comment about field trips. I think they're really important for school morale, student enjoyment, and also for the teachers. Our teachers work really hard, and you get like end of the year burnout. So again, I'm offering on the record that our new pollination meadow at the north end of town is really coming together nicely. We have a 1 mile area in the back, which is 100 years old this year. So we are celebrating the centennial of the original Station for the Study of Insects in Tuxedo Park, which is also the first marked nature trail in America. So it's historical, but it's also free. So if any teachers, students, second graders, like last year they released ladybugs, there's ample room for busing, and it's free. So I highly recommend that people come out. There is a Google Maps, very simple way to get there. And I just hope that our teachers and staff and our kids enjoy the nature. I think it's really important.
Kelly, I have a question. If a teacher wanted to do a field trip there, do they need to make a reservation, or is it just first come, first serve?
Come anytime. It's open to the public. The land is not part of the school or part of the town. It's actually owned by PIPSI, which is the Palisades Interstate Parks Commission. So the land is owned by the state of New York. And as long as you're not working, if you're working, you have to fill a waiver. If you want to volunteer, if any of the high school kids want to dig holes, plant, work, they once a year sign an agreement saying that I'd like to volunteer. But other than that, just to visit, anyone can go anytime, day or night. It's lovely. It's in bloom right now. And we're going to have a little ceremony for our Eagle Scout project. We have a brand new sundial that was donated by Mr. Andy Rogers when he passed. He was the founding member of the Eagle Valley Fire Department. He donated a sundial, and our Eagle Scout, Leo Portanova, installed it, raised the money, worked very, very hard with a group of kids, and it's complete. So we're going to be having a ribbon cutting ceremony, centennial celebration. Media and press will be there. But before it gets popular, I highly recommend that our students, staff, and teachers plan on a field trip. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this the same project that Tatiana is
Yes.
working on? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yep, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. All right, I think we're back to 4.1, consent agenda business. We pulled 4.2, right? There's no CSEs?
Yeah, there's no CSE.
Right, there's no CSEs, so,
There was one that came in late.
oh, there
Okay.
was.
It's in your packet.
Oh,
Yep.
okay, so we gotta. Oh, here it is. We were gonna do them together, but we'll go in order then. I thought there
Okay.
was no 4.2. So 4.1 is the business office reports.
So moved.
There's 5 of them. We have a motion. Any discussion on accepting them?
I have a couple of questions.
Get close.
I have
Pull it.
2 questions. So I was noticing on this document, the check warrant report, that we all know about the cracks in the back hallway of the stairwells in the new addition to the high school. And I know that we're seeking to get a determination that it's a design flaw that is causing that. But I notice here that our CS Arch, in monitoring it, there's a cost to the district. So my question,
Are you on a page?
oh yeah, let's see, so I'm on page 2 of 6 in the check warrant report.
I have that as an 11-page document.
Well, I'm just looking at the numbers in the bottom corner. Right, is that the right?
Bonnie,
page?
what's the number on the, oh, I see.
They're all labeled on the first page, they're labeled 4.1, 1 of 5, 2 of 5, 3 of 5, et cetera. So in red, which one are you referring to? Is this?
Yeah, my check warrant report is 11 pages.
Yeah,
Yeah, same.
mine is too.
So I don't know what's on the bottom left, what's the date? Ours say June 9th.
This says, June 2nd, 2025.
Oh.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
got this, okay.
After the 11, it looks like it starts over of 6.
Ah, maybe that.
Yeah, she's right. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I see what you're looking at.
Okay, so there's.
What page, Bonnie?
Pardon me?
What page again?
Well, mine says 2 of 6.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, our
Yeah, we're on
document,
it. We're on it.
our
Okay.
document is 11, then 6,
So it's
then 7, then 2, but,
So this, okay, we got them back, we got a staple backwards.
okay.
So I'm
So I
looking
think
at,
multiple
on-
reports in one.
On June 2nd, page 2?
Yeah, you gotta go after the 11.
Keep going, and then
Yep, yep.
the Bates numbers start over.
Page 2, gotcha.
So 2 of 6, everybody got it?
Yep.
Okay, shoot, Bonnie.
okay, so my question is, we have CSR apparently monitoring the situation back there, but there's a cost to the district of $2,300. So I'm just wondering, if we're going to the court or whoever to see if this is a design flaw from the original builder, are we monitoring how many times we're paying CSR this money, and is there a way to recoup this money in any settlement that might be made?
Our lawyers are aware of this, and without giving too much comment, I can just say, generally speaking, if our lawyers decide to sue anybody for anything that we think is appropriate, we will know the costs that we have put out that we're looking to recoup.
Okay.
So is that, if that answers your question?
Right, I just wanted
Yes.
to bring it to everybody's attention, because we're in a contingency budget, and if there's a chance that we could get some money.
But in the meantime, we're paying for the service, because they are doing a service.
Oh, no, I
If
know
at some
it's-
point someone owes us for that, or anything else,
Right.
yes, we'll keep track of
Yes,
that.
no, I know that they have to keep monitoring it. That's not my question. So now I have page 2 of 7, but I don't even know if you all need to switch to this. I see a reference here to first student in busing. And is there a difference between first student and MAT busing, or is it one and the same? Okay.
Good question.
I believe they're the same, Bonnie, but I'm gonna double check.
Okay, because this is $73,000, so I'm just wondering.
What line are you on?
So I'm on,
2-7.
this is a 618 report, and it's 2 of 7, and I'm second from the bottom.
I see it. We'll get confirmation.
Okay.
Mr. Kaufman, I'll make a note of that and we'll take a look.
I'm sorry, are we going into every single one here, or are we just, is it an overview for us, or?
There's a motion to accept these reports, which we ask our staff and administration to provide to us. Whether we pass it or not is different if you have a question. If you disagree with something, you can not accept it, but if you have a question, it would be appropriate now to ask, unless it's, every line, in which case I would say have an offline meeting with them. But if there's something that sticks out,
So
now's the time.
I mean, a lot of this is foreign language to me. Do we have time to digest this?
No. There's a motion to vote on this tonight to accept these reports. You can vote no as to the report, not to accept it, but you can also perhaps schedule a meeting with our new business administrator, and he can go through this with you and explain exactly everything question you have, but that,
Thank
And
you.
just to be
I would
clear,
love
Gary,
that.
these are monthly reports, right?
Yes, these are monthlies.
Yes.
sometimes more than monthly when there's more meetings in a month, but
Oh, so
typically.
these get created for each meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, just to clarify, have these been reviewed by everybody?
We got them from everybody,
Yeah,
so.
so they've already
they-
been reviewed
they
and
said-
checked and double checked and triple checked, and so now we're just the
Well,
final.
I don't know about triple check, but they're the ones that check it and double check it and give it to us and say, these are all your reports you've asked us to compile for you. And so they've done that, so now we're,
And the business office also has copious mechanisms in place for the triple checking, and so that would occur through the independent audit, right? So they have cross checks within the office, documentation, so that by the time it hits your report here, it's been it's been vetted and gone through and validated. And then there's also safety nets on the back end after it's been approved through the external auditing process.
So the outside audit happens later on, but everything is audited eventually by an outside vendor too.
And in terms of being under a contingency budget, or when all these dollar signs appear here, has that been taken into consideration?
This is completely different. This has nothing to do with the budget. This is what we've written checks for. It's a check report.
So it's done.
The period of time that these reports, correct me if I'm wrong, was given is before the contingency budget. This is what occurred between 6/1 and 6/30.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we're
I think-
just approving of what already happened, correct?
No, we're accepting a report
Accepting, but this
indicating
already
what
happened.
checks were
Correct,
written during this time period.
yes.
So it doesn't matter what in the budget, contingency budget, none of that matters.
Oh, this is
This is a
done.
report of checks we have written.
Okay, so
Where
if
it
I'd
went,
like
how
that,
much.
so it's done. There's done discussing any of this.
But if you have questions about what, there are a lot of checks that we write.
Right.
In a year, we
Agree.
wrait thousands of checks.
I'd love to meet with you.
So if you have questions about what some of these checks mean or what they're for, schedule an appointment with
Perfect.
Walter.
Appreciate that.
I think that the revenue status report, I think there may be a couple errors in here, A2770.
Can you give the page number first?
So it's 4 of
Page-
5.
Page 1,
No, but
Oh, it's
That's-
a different doc. I
it's a
see.
different document. At the top, it's a
revenue status report.
Yeah.
So if you look at halfway down the page, other classified revenues,
which ones?
A2770,
Other unclassified revenues?
correct?
You think that's incorrect?
It's this, guys, it's this.
It looks like this. On the top right,
Michelle and Bonnie, it's a different page.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
different document.
One-page document, it says 4.1, 4 of 5. Someone's actually written these things out.
1/5 of 5?
On the top right in red ink, it has somebody, no, it's a one-page document. On the top right in red ink, it says 4.1, which is the agenda item, but 4 of 5, because it's the fourth of 5 documents.
These were all found online, too.
Yeah, is that correct? Is that,
Attachments.
it went from 1.266 million to negative 1066, Walter?
This way. Okay, that makes sense.
And these numbers are across the entire year.
Hey, Walter, you wanna come up to the mic? Maybe go through this?
Does this mean we lost this money or we found this money? I think I know, but I'm just, if you look,
If I'm reading this correctly, this is money that has come in this year.
So when it says negative 1.66 million, that's a gain of 1.66 million or a loss of 1.6 million?
From what I understand, it is a gain.
Okay.
right. 'Cause it's, so this, I believe this is money that we were, well, I don't want to say anything.
I'll say it.
Does that make sense? Okay.
So negative numbers are really positive numbers in the unearned revenue column.
Yes.
Are positive numbers negative numbers?
So it's just not the amount that you brought in. Yes.
Okay.
So the revenue earned is not negative,
Okay.
but it can turn unearned to negative.
Okay.
Right.
Got it.
So I just want a clarification on that.
Thanks, Chris.
How did we gain $1 million on that?
I don't know from last year. I can find out though.
Please.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Walter for putting this together. He just started this week, so we appreciate you putting these reports together in such short notice. I know that you don't know every single line item, but I'd personally like to be able to meet with you to kind of go over some of these things. But we do appreciate your efforts, and thank you and welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anything else? So any other questions on any of the 5 documents listed under the consent agenda business office reports? All those in favor of accepting these reports?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So now, we went back and forth. We thought there was no CSE approval, but there is. It looks like this in your document. It's actually in the upper right. It says 4.2.
Correct.
Single-page document. Everyone got it? We'll start with a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So just to be clarified, this is a motion to approve this recommendation as presented. So the student's name is not listed here. There's nothing indicating who the student is, but based on the committee's recommendation, we have to decide if we're approving the committee's and other professionals' recommendation as to what this student needs. So any questions or comments while everybody found that document? Seeing, all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay,
Aye.
motion carries. Did you have a question? Somebody say something?
Nope.
Okay.
I said aye.
Motion carries, good. All right, we're now on future agenda items.
This is interesting. Yeah, the future agenda items, this is new, this is great. I'm talking about the future.
Yep, so we're not looking for a motion here,
What
just looking
can
at
be?
this. Does it, people have any discussion on this?
Yes,
5.1.
I do. We talked about previously extending these programs. We started these late last year, starting them earlier, perhaps in September. I don't know if we've discussed this with any of the staff that we're going to do these different programs, but it's something I did want to talk about, generally with the board, on whether or not we want to extend this out greater than just the end of the year. We just did it from February through June. I'd like to recommend if we can, is to try to do this from starting in September, right out of the gate. So I'm open to.
That sounds good to me, if we have the money for it.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I need, like, the finance piece of it, but if we could at least switch this to the beginning of the year so that we could start off right off the bat with it, and then, once we figure out the finances, add the latter part of the year, that would be what I would suggest, maybe?
So, any other?
Could we, Jared, is it possible for a future meeting, maybe for the next meeting, to get some sort of a proposed, to kind of solidify who would be doing these programs, and maybe feel out the staff to see if people are willing to actually do this for the entire year? You may not have people who want to do this. They may only want to do it for a short duration. So if you could figure out who would want to do it and what the costs associated with doing it, so then when you can bring it back and we can actually have a further discussion, so we actually know what it's going to cost to run all these programs.
In the elementary school, we did for what, 10 weeks at the end of the year? It was a 10-week block.
It was about a 10-week block, yeah.
So I don't, obviously you got to coordinate with the athletic director and make sure you can accommodate. But if you were to run a 10-week block in the beginning,
Yeah, the 10-week block, if I recollect, was across the 4-day cycle. So,
it was.
and the kids would alternate. So ELA was 40 hours, right? So the stipend traditionally is for a 40-hour window.
Mm-hmm.
So if you spread one literacy stipend across the year, you would look at once a week.
Right.
If you wanted that to happen at a greater frequency, that first stipend could maybe be for like the fall and early winter. And then if the board's discussion led to adding more to that,
To do it
you
again
would
in
have
the
an
spring.
additional stipend for an additional time block. Just where we are right now is we've posted that and shared it out to staff. The reason it's not on the agenda yet is just we haven't had applicants right now. I think part of that, Chris, is the fall with some of the people that were doing it are also coaching or have another engagement right now.
Now that I think about it, the elementary intramurals will be kind of challenging after school in the beginning of the year because
Gyms.
volleyball will be in the gym.
Yeah.
So I don't know that we could offer that right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I think the reading club we could probably do out of the gate. So maybe we have we start with that, the reading and math club. We start out of the gate with that potentially, and I think maybe we introduce the elementary intramurals later on
Could
when it doesn't. When it doesn't
intramurals be done outside?
it could.
So
Well-
in my experience last year, when I was helping assist with programming for the PTO to facilitate after-school programs with Skyhawks, it was very challenging. I mean, you can comment to this, Jared, as far as the weather, you know, and what to do with the kids. It takes a lot of behind-the-scenes management to make that flow. So I don't know. It would be tricky.
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding the board correct, I think collectively we're asking Jared to, by the next meeting, the goal is to get all of these started as early as possible, meaning the first day of school theoretically, but based on facilities limitations, staffing limitations, and then figure out what the cost will be. But the goal is, what can we start and prioritize those, and we can possibly approve some of them in the next meeting.
Correct.
Is that everybody's agreement? Okay.
I mean, just, you know, in a perfect world, if we had the facilities we needed and 4 staff members every day to do both the sports aspect and the reading and math aspect, I'm no accountant, but it looks like around $21,500 for the year to run that, based on the last block probably wouldn't be, it might go down a little bit because the last block, as you run into testing at the end of the year and stuff, might not be the full 10 weeks. And then you have, you know, the holiday break, winter break, you have spring break. So I just took last year's calendar and tried to figure out how many weeks at how much a week it costs and multiplied it out. So, I mean, with the contingency budget, if we're looking for what's the nugget going to be that we need to come up with, a little over $20,000 to run September to June is my calculation.
Anything else on this?
No.
Okay, in terms of the agenda, the next item was items for discussion and or new business, and based on speaking all of you, I think there's about 30 items to discuss, but I see that our council is here. We've already done public comments, so is there any objection into going to an executive session here? When we come out, the only things remaining is any action that we'll take from the executive session, the enrollment report, and then new business as long as we need to do. Any objection to that? No. Okay, so I'll ask for a motion to move to executive session.
Second.
And I would note that we're moving to enter into an executive session for the purposes of the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or or corporation, or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation, and or receiving advice from counsel on various topics where the attorney-client privilege would prevail. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. For those in the public, it's very hard to say how long we will be up there, but when we come back, there's a lot to speak about under new business that this board wishes to discuss, so I expect the meeting to go an hour or two once we do return. Good evening, everybody. We are back from executive session. There's a lot more to go over tonight. We'll start in a moment. Do I have a motion to return from executive session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And just to forget it at the end, but do I have a motion to accept the enrollment report?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Which leaves us, now we're back in public session with what's called number 6, items for discussion and/or new business. We have a lot of things to get to. I'm going to first go through several items that we decided to talk about after we got some legal advice from counsel. So I'll run through that short list first and then open it up to other topics board members want to discuss. The first one is responding to the media. Can I have a motion to assign the acting superintendent as the official response to any media inquiries we get in any form?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So discussion as to that. The thought is we want to have one general spokesperson to respond on behalf of the district, which is really, he's the spokesman for the district.
Especially to the press.
Right. Especially for the press. So all those in, no more discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Likewise, can I have a motion to appoint Susan to the position of board correspondent?
So moved.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, which will be when non-media requests, meaning specific, when a parent or taxpayer has a specific question, she will be the one who's volunteered to respond by email. Doesn't mean you make it everything you ask for, short-term or long-term, but she'll be the one monitoring the emails and make sure there is a timely response to the best of her ability. Do I have a motion and second for that?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on that?
Thank
All-
you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We made a mistake last meeting offering what we thought would be an enticing large families to pay to come here from out of the district. We need to fix that error, so I'm asking for a motion to take away the sibling discount, which would be if you had a second or third person from the family, there'd be a cheaper tuition amount for each. Can I have a motion to undo that motion that was passed last meeting?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on this? Somebody want to explain?
Yeah,
it a bit?
Gary, why are we doing this exactly? Because this was set by the state?
The thought was that we want to compete. We have a higher percentage of students that tuition in. For whatever reason, they're from a nearby district or from far away. I drove my kid 30 minutes to be here and tuitioned in. There's multiple reasons why. We wanted to make our tuition competitive with other Catholic and or religious or non-secular or secular schools. So to do that, we thought it was a brilliant idea to have the second and third and so forth siblings to have a lower tuition. We want the whole family to come in. It's been brought to our attention that according to state law, we cannot do that, which is why we have to change and undo that prior policy. But I would note that we are going to investigate and try to coordinate people who have families who have siblings who might tuition in here. We will coordinate with possible scholarship and other financial incentives. So even though it's not coming from a tuition discount, but if you send your whole family here, we're looking for immediate opportunities to potentially save money, so you wouldn't pay full price theoretically on every child you send here. Also, I will propose that in the next month or two, since we can't have a discounted sibling tuition rate, should we be lowering our tuition rate just off the bat for anybody who wants to come here from out of the district? And I think some of the thoughts would be, if you have an empty chair in a classroom, there's no additional cost to fill it, what it would cost to teach a child in that chair. So any money we get from tuitioning in, at this point, depending on the grade, et cetera, but could be pure profit.
Like it,
I love that idea.
Yeah. yeah. Do a
Do we
great
have a
job.
motion and second? I think we did.
Yes, we
Yeah.
seconded.
So, any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. I'm going to turn this over now there just for a report on an incident that happened today, but Bronwyn will give a report on, so the public is informed about, she'll explain it.
So I learned that some funding had been approved for a study. A local politician's chief of staff asked for a call with some members of the board, but we could not commit to a call in the absence of a meeting, so just reporting that.
Thank you. There is a new state law, if you're unaware of it, about banning phone use in the school. We are going to vote prior to a state deadline to officially adopt the policy. In terms of deciding what that policy is going to be, am I okay?
No, it takes time for latency, so if you were off, I couldn't hear it anyway.
Okay. In terms of the new state law concerning lack of phone use, we have several ideas in plan, but there is a deadline that the board will meet prior to that deadline to pass an official school district policy. I'll let Jared explain about some input we're going to receive and when this has to be done by.
So there's they're calling it the bell-to-bell electronics policy. It's state issued and mandated to all districts across New York State. I'll be sending more information out to families to explain the benefits and why this is all taking place from being passed down from state ed. But part of the parameters of building the policy would be seeking input. So we're putting together a panel that'll involve some students, stakeholders from across the district, parents, educators, administrators, where we would tune the details of the plan. Again, the plan is mandated to have, and this is for September 1st, where students' electronic devices, their cell phones, smartwatches, iPads, any device that connects to the internet, that they can't have access to that throughout the day. So we're putting plans in place to be able to safely and securely collect those devices. So we'll work out the parameters of what that plan looks like, but it needs to be adopted for August. So we'll be able to stay in good standing with the state on that. So we'll look to adopt that policy and for stakeholder input in developing it. Thank you.
Next topic on my list is that there has been information received that there are 2 marijuana dispensaries potentially opening up in the in our town, in our school district. One is, I would say, not that close. One potentially is very close. The board intends to try to get public input from that. We're going to try to get information from the state, from the town board meetings, because there will have to be at some point a decision to be made whether this board wants to say that we're for or against it, or we can actually remain mute. But that's something that we'll have to develop in the next couple of months, because those plans are moving forward pretty quickly. Do people want to add thoughts about how to get that public input?
Yeah, if you want to get more information about it, there is a town board meeting next Wednesday at 7 p.m. And that would be the place to find out directly from the town board what's the plan. And there is going to be an opportunity for public comment at that meeting.
I would also encourage members of the community, to the extent that you have an opinion that you want shared, especially now that we have Susan as the correspondent, let us know. Or not that you want shared. If you want to share an opinion with us, let us know so that we understand how the community feels about this. And can we be more specific about the proposed location so that people understand?
Yep.
So one, I believe, is across the one that's far away is up on 17 going north towards Monroe, across from the Visit Valero station, the gun shop there. The one that's closer is across from the new gas station that's going in right next to the school, in the old diner space. Is that the old diner space?
Yeah, Orange Top.
In the Orange Top space. So that's in the Orange Top. I don't know. Sorry. Well,
No, I get a kick out of the whole thing.
yeah. So, so that second one is very close to the school. So just make everybody aware of that.
So to be clear, we're looking for input on two decisions we need to make. One decision is, should we take a position? And if the answer to that is yes, then what is our position? Because taking no position is actually a position. I think it's a Rush, that's a Rush song too.
Oh, you're dating yourself for that one.
Okay.
Anyway, I'd like to get more information about this, Gary,
Same.
myself personally, so I'm not informed enough to, kind of vote on anything at this point, so
Okay. Anything else on the dispensary?
moving forward.
Susan, I think I forgot to mention this to you privately, but you wanted to volunteer for the Orange County
Oh, yeah.
Board. So I think we should appoint you to that, so explain what that is.
Okay, so OXPA is I'm going to mess it up, Orange County School Board Association. They have monthly meetings, and typically there's a board member from each school district that goes to as a delegate. And I would love to represent our school district and volunteer to do that. And then at the board meetings, I'll come back and give a report to share with you all the up-and-coming topics that they discuss.
Do I have a motion to appoint Susan to that position?
So moved.
Is there a second? Any other discussion?
Thank you, Susan.
Yes, thank you, Susan.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next topic on my list under new business is district clerk. We're still looking for a district clerk. The board is going to investigate some legal responsibilities of what the district clerk has. Everyone should just be on notice that this is not a typical district hire, because that is the only person employed by the district who actually works for the board. So I think we have some questions and research to do, but there is a current search going on. We have some applicants, but we will start interviewing them shortly. If anybody is aware of or has comments or issues, they can contact us about what they think the district clerk should be doing for our board. I think it's covered everything for that? All right. While I look at my notes, other new business, there are some other topics people had.
Get him, Susan.
So we wanted to revisit the committees that we discussed last time, and find out who of the board members wants to be a part of it. I also wanted to mention that I did do some research related to how other boards, how they get community members to be participating in the committees, and some of them actually have an application, which I thought was an interesting concept. It's on their website, and if a community member is interested in being on a committee, they can fill out an application. And they can be considered. So otherwise, our committees that we had discussed last time were the student experience, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I have Brown as being a volunteer potentially for that group as a chairperson, as well as Bonnie, Chris, and Jean-Michel as being participants. Is that correct? Or is there anybody
Is that correct? Because
I did not include?
I had you there also.
I took myself out because
Okay. I just wanted to
I
make
took
sure.
myself out. But actually, I'd like to be a fill-in if that's possible, because we had discussed.
Well, you'd be the
You'd be the second
fifth
alternate.
theoretically, which is fine, but we just can never have more than 3 unless we're going to notice it as a meeting, which we could.
Okay, so if you want to call me a backup,
Okay.
if somebody's not able to attend, then I'd like to be a backup.
Before we go through the committees, can I backtrack a tiny bit? That I think I'm going to have, on behalf of the board, have some conversations with Jared over the next couple days about our committees. Let me read all the committees that one or more board members suggested. Clearly, there's overlap, but these are the topics that we came up with. The 4 that we already approved are student experience, outreach, health and wellness, contingency budget. Other ones, a couple are mandatory, but regardless, strategic planning, policy, budget, audit, security, buildings and grounds, student/public/employee relations, academic initiatives, student welfare and success, student relations slash discipline, student retention, academics, bullying, and alumni relations. Clearly, we're not going to have that many committees, but a couple things. The board and the public, if you have comments, please tell us what you think. We have to figure out where these committees can be merged. There could still be some overlap. You know, two committees can be looking at one particular topic, but we're also going to consider having non-board committees, but having district school committees. So the district, not the board, but the district, i.e. Jared, can also create committees. So there are some legal limitations of how many board members can be on certain committees, and we want the public to volunteer and perhaps apply and at least be sources of expertise and information for both of these potential new committees, board committees and district committees. So we're going to have to come back next month and sort that out in terms of which will be under which, because that will determine how many board members and public members, generally speaking, can be on both types of committees.
Can I make a quick comment? So obviously this is all up for revision, but I think a lot of the things that you read are, as you said, duplicative, and many will be, I believe, will fall under, well, this is my understanding of the Student Experience Committee, for instance, will be primarily academics and extracurriculars, and so all issues related to that, and anybody correct me if you have a different interpretation or understanding. So academic and extracurricular activities will fall under that. Health and wellness will be health and wellness generally, but then also will include discussions around bullying and discipline. So that's sort of one way I think that we've already kind of thought about
Absolutely.
nesting some of these issues together.
You can keep going with the outreach and what have you.
Right.
There's most of these things can be.
Right. I just didn't want to
Absolutely
leave
sure.
one out for
Yeah.
now.
Perfect.
I don't want to skip anything.
Right. But I also don't want people to be overwhelmed thinking there's going to be a million committees that are doing all the same
No, I
stuff.
think
Right, but in the main four that we came up with, I think many of those subcommittees can be grouped into these, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're all saying?
Absolutely.
And I do want to ask for a motion right now to immediately create a fifth committee, which would be the policy committee, which would be obviously updating the district policies. Also would be researching some issues on bylaws, and they can decide whether or not student handbook falls under that as well. I'm not sure if it does or doesn't, but
It should.
we do have some urgent issues. So do I have a motion to create a policy committee? Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Susan, you want to go back and talk about some of the breakdowns for the other now 4 committees?
I just wanted to confirm who was interested in some of these committees. So for health and wellness, we had Bonnie, Susan, and Bronwyn, myself, and Bronwyn as volunteers. Was anybody else interested in that committee? Okay. We have outreach, which Bonnie had volunteered to be chairperson, and myself and John Michelle were also interested in being members of that committee.
That's 3.
And that includes marketing, right, Susan?
Yes.
That's my notes.
Well,
Marketing, you might even, like the outreach, you might even end up doing interviews for, we talked about, exit interviews of parents and staff.
Student
I
retention.
mean, it's all outreach stuff, so student retention, that's all right within that that bucket. So that's, if we come up with, doing exit interviews, which I think, we might have hit that point, that, especially with staff, you guys might be called specially to do that.
okay. For contingency budget, we don't have volunteers yet. Anybody want to volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
I thought John, you did too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you. Okay.
And Gary, are you going to serve on any of these individually, or are you going to sort of be a floating member of all of them?
The latter. Because I don't want to take space. I'll be there when there's a problem or issue or with guidance.
And for policy committee, which we just created, I would like to volunteer to be chairperson unless anybody else wants to do that.
I'll give you a hand.
Okay.
Yeah, put me in.
Great. Now, when it comes to like administrative liaisons for these groups, do we need to find out who would be interested, or how does that work?
Can I cut you off? Only because I was about to say, when you were done going through this list, I'm gonna ask two things. One, the committee chairmen, their first three, bless you, the first three duties should be, come up with what, you have it listed as general goal areas, like what are you doing? It's for the whole board to decide, but come up with a plan, a proposal of, this is what we're doing, from the big things gotta get done right away, to the minutia you may not get to for 6 months. So we can make sure everything's covered. One, right, that's one. Two, figure out a proposal of what other people you might want on this committee, whether it's a staff member, a teacher, a local politician, a parent, like, you know, who else do you want to come up and be in that? The third thing I want to ask, which I don't know if it's second or third, I'm asking you guys to give me the power, if we move this, but there's holes, give me the power to populate the committees and appoint chairman when there is none. If we don't get a volunteer for something, we want at least 3 board members and a chairperson for every committee. So if no one's going to volunteer, I'm asking for the power to assign those. Not for
Yeah, no, that's fine.
these committees and all committees this year. If we create a committee, we have to populate it.
I would agree with that.
So is there a motion for that? So the motion, to be clear, the motion is everything we just went over, the now 5 committees, we have 4 chairmen, we have,
Actually, I think health and wellness is missing a chairman.
right, that's why.
So I'll volunteer for that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we already passed 4 of these committees, but the motion would be to 5 committees now, 5 chairpersons. We have a bunch of people on committees, but contingency needs 1 more, in my opinion. But going forward, if people don't volunteer, you're giving me the power to populate and appoint chairmen for the future committees. We got a motion for that?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
So discussion on that.
Oh, one thing, so can the chair people, when they are creating the subject areas and like writing a little blurb, and then, is that something we could then put on the website so that community members who were interested in maybe joining a committee could see what the committee was all about, and have maybe a link to some, or as a description of like how they would go about
Yeah, that's-
making their interest known?
I think that's fine, just make it known that it's a proposed
Right, I mean, this would all be,
terms.
the chair people would bring it to the board and it would be approved
Right.
before anything would be.
But you can post saying this is what we're proposing, so people have an idea right away.
Subject to change.
Right. But the terms, you're creating your own terms of what you're doing. Okay, anything else on committees? All right, we'll talk on that.
You need to vote?
Other new stuff.
Did you need to take a vote on it?
We did.
Oh, we did.
We did.
Okay, sorry.
Did we?
No, we did.
All those in favor of that motion?
I got Michelle as the first, I got Susan Mitchell as the second, and I have 7-0.
Okay.
The seven-
Right, okay.
There you go.
I also had on my list, just to, if we could get an update on potential board retreat options. I think, do we have any new, have we priced out other places?
No. What we have is David's willingness to run a retreat for us. And then we have,
Is it David, our lawyer?
yeah.
Okay.
His office is gathering dates to share with us that
Oh,
he'd
great.
be available.
Okay.
Or somebody from his office, as well as we had pricing that was provided from New York State School Boards.
Yeah, we looked
Um,
at that a little bit. It's
yeah.
quite expensive.
Yeah, and I think they can also piecemeal that. So if there was a specific topic that they offered that you wanted to entertain, as well as our BOCES also does some work with school boards. So
So do we
that
need to
was-
talk about like what our goals for that is? Do you need information from us in order to set a plan?
yeah, I think first things first for determining a date,
Okay.
and then I can kind of backtrack and if the board could provide direction on some topics, Otherwise, the agencies would make suggestions and recommendations on what
Okay.
they would provide.
Are we thinking this is something that's happening over the summer, in the fall? Like, what's the timeline in your mind?
I would recommend the sooner the better. Summertime's a great time to do it,
Okay.
to help kind of give some direction and vision for the rest of the year, as well as oftentimes you would use board retreat time to identify board and district level goals for the remainder of the year.
Is this a 1 day, 2 days?
It can be either. Generally, it's at least a 1 day. Sometimes boards will do multiple different retreats, or that you can do a 1 day, a 2 day, or spread it out over time based on the topics that you want to discuss.
Can I suggest that we do it the last week of August?
Jared's like, ah.
I'd have to look, I don't know.
I may be away.
I think we need more information first.
What it's gonna be.
Okay.
I could put together some menu options of topics and get some date availability from Mr. Shaw's office. Share that out on a boardgram, and we can go from there.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Do we know what day of the week this might be? Is it a weekend or a weekday or?
Typically would be during the week, during the work week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Need to be
Restrictions,
difficult.
do we let
That's
you
the
know?
reason why
Yeah,
I
like
said the last week of
weekends.
August is because I only have
If it-
limited vacation time, so I would only be able to do it the last week of August. That's unfortunate, but I don't know what else to do because I wouldn't be
We
able to
gotta
get
see
off
when,
work.
like, are we talking, it totally depends. Is it 9 to 5? Is it 6 to 10? Like, I don't, you know. All right, did you, after-school activities, is there any further discussion on that? What that was in the earlier part of the meeting? I thought you wanted to discuss that. Were there other topics?
I think Jared has some takeaways with the extracurriculars, just to figure out the logistics of it and, you know, when we could actually schedule it, who actually would be involved and what the cost would be, so he'd bring it back to us so we could actually have further comment on it.
Okay. And somebody wanted to discuss the curriculum review that was prepared. Does anybody have any need to talk about that? All right, the last thing on my list was 7:30 start tonight. Are we sticking with that?
It works for me, if it works for
Yeah.
you guys.
I'm just asking.
Whatever works for everyone else.
Does anybody disfavor starting at 7:30?
Instead of 7 o'clock? you
Yeah.
mean? Slight preference for 7, but
Okay.
I can be flexible, so don't go.
I'm more concerned about the end time than the start time.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
Well, hopefully,
We're getting better.
Yeah, we are getting
You're
better.
getting better. You're getting better.
hopefully with the creation of these committees.
Still in the same day.
Yes.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, but hopefully with these committees should be discussing long-term goals and short-term issues and deliberating on all kinds of topics under their purview and their terms. And then when they come here, they have minutes, so they just have to give us the highlights, and the minutes become part of our minutes. So we need to discuss every topic, just the highlights, what progress you've made, problems you've encountered, so we don't have to discuss everything every time, because those minutes will be made public. For the public, we will be taking minutes at every committee meeting, and they'll become part of our minutes for the general board.
I thought about one additional issue. Do we want to discuss possibly a pilot program for accepting comments from the public
Good point.
online, people who are watching the meetings at home, so that they can submit comments during the public comment period rather than having to come in person, which I know is difficult for a lot of parents?
Yeah, so thank you for that reminder. We're gonna try to start a pilot program starting next month. We're not sure how it's gonna work exactly, but theoretically, you will, meaning the public, who's watching online and cannot be here for whatever reason, instead of stepping up to the podium, whatever statement you would normally say at the podium, you'll email it to a certain email address, which we'll publish before the next meeting. And obviously, it'll be screened to make sure looks like it's a real person that lives in Tuxedo, not somebody try to sell us roofing or something like that. But if it looks legit, we will read it for that person on behalf of them as if they were at the podium. So you don't need to be here to comment or give us feedback.
Do you need to look at the audit committee yet, or is that something for later?
which one?
The
Oh,
audit
audit.
committee?
We can do that right now if you want, because we need it. So I don't think we need to vote on it because
It's required.
it's a
Sta-
required.
it's a
It's a
standing
state requirement. We
committee.
have to have that. So it's not an option.
Do we
but
want
it's-
to talk about members for
I was
that?
going to say, but
Yeah.
let's talk about who's interested in being on that.
And is that one that will be open to participation from the public, or is that one that is
Typically
internal?
not.
Yeah,
I would doubt it, but there could be some expert out there, some former board member. I don't know. But typically no, but I wouldn't be, against considering somebody if there was an appropriate person. But it's not really a feedback type of
Yeah.
committee. They work with our outside auditors to do an annual mandatory inspection of all our numbers and books. So who's interested in the audit committee? Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Okay, so one for now, we'll populate that eventually. I don't want to populate stuff too quickly until we kind of finalize how many committees we got. All right, anything else at all tonight?
I'm just curious, can we find out how many people are actually online right now?
Dante, how many people are? How many? Yes. All right,
Ooh.
6 to 10.
Can I ask a question about the emails that come in for public comment?
Yes.
Are we going to require people to actually identify themselves?
Oh, yeah, same rules, so name,
it can't-
address.
It
Right.
can't be anonymous.
It's the same rules as if you're at the podium, so name, address, it has to be relevant to the agenda that night or comments about that, and it has to be whatever decorum we would require in person. So
Agreed.
no
Okay.
cursing, like,
Just wanted to, I just wanted to.
as if you were
confirm.
at the podium. If people are unclear, we'll specify, like, hey, it should be still 3 minutes.
Agreed.
It can't
So
be-
then, for instance, somebody comes up and starts to talk about something in person that's not related to any agenda item, the board would typically say, like, that's not a relevant comment.
Yes, we get so few comments, and if
Yeah.
they do digress a bit, we're pretty flexible and liberal. But if somebody wants to come in and complain about, I don't know, but, traffic
Paracity
on
in China,
17
yeah.
for
Lucky
10
Charms?
minutes, that's not appropriate.
Lucky Charms?
Yeah.
So we would apply that same standard to the
Yes.
process of reading
Yeah.
the emails before reading them out loud.
Right.
Okay.
Somebody else was going to say something.
I just received a comment from someone watching right now. He says that the board seems to be very functional.
I think we're always
It's the
functional.
nicest thing
Thank
somebody
God.
said to me all
I-
day.
And thank you for watching.
One thing I mentioned to Dante before the meeting, I thought of literally on the drive here, and we just spoke about public comment for people who aren't here, but is it something we should consider if we stop broadcasting live, if that means that the quality of the audio and video is way better, so that you can't watch it live, but when you do watch it later on, you can actually hear every single person. So I don't know what that means, but it's a technical question. Is that something we should consider?
So if anyone has comments or thoughts about that, either come to public comment or email.
So I'm just thinking if we actually had like a little camera, like if we video ourselves on our phones and posted that, we could hear ourselves better sometimes in the mic system sharing and everything else. So something to think about, the public can comment. We can talk about it more next month.
Are there more of these available?
Yeah, like the system's breaking down. We're reluctant to spend money on them. So our tech person, if you couldn't hear, our tech person just said that our physical mics are diminishing in numbers because they're getting old and the quality is going down, and we're reluctant to purchase a whole new set. So if there was a simpler way to record the meetings when you couldn't watch it live, but you could hear it, I'm not sure it's the right thing to do, but we should consider it.
So we have no backups. This is
No.
it.
Right, we have no backup.
One thing,
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot more mics apparently, but these are the only ones that work, and the number of working mics are dwindling.
Okay.
So one thing that I think had been talked about before I joined the board was the possibility of the meeting happening at, or maybe not, I can't remember how I heard this, the meeting happening at the town hall, if they had the space for us, because their sound system, AV system, is apparently much more sophisticated than ours. I don't know if that's something that we want to consider as like a cheaper alternative until we can until we have money to upgrade our internal systems to take advantage of the town's systems.
I think that, I just want the public to be able to hear us, whether it means yelling into these mics from 1 centimeter away or moving to a different location. Because every meeting, people are like, this part we couldn't hear, this person we couldn't hear. I'm just trying to fix that no matter where we end up. So, yes, I would consider that.
Maybe that would be a job of the outreach committee, since it is something that would involve the community.
Bonnie.
All right, Bonnie,
A little
that's
bit
you.
of research on,
You got
We'd
this,
love to have
Bonnie.
us downtown.
I just wanted to also just give a heads up that our next meeting that's on the schedule is August 20th, but we're planning on scheduling another meeting in between. And stay tuned, because we need to, what would be the topic of that?
The cell
Gary?
phone.
The cell phone, and potentially interviewing some
District clerk.
district clerks.
And I'll be out of the country, so somebody else may have to run that meeting that night, if it's that night, if we don't change it. I may not,
August
may not-
20th.
August 20th.
Okay, good.
Not the special meeting.
You're looking at least one special, maybe two. All right.
All right, last chance for any new business or anything else that should be discussed.
In public.
Seeing none, ask for a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.